Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, hello and welcome. We are back with more Final Fantasy XIV. So, while we're waiting for Eren to actually return here, I actually kind of want to show you guys something that I thought was actually kind of cool. So, one of the Christmas gifts that I got, and Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope you guys had a great one. But if you guys remember my offline screen here, my roommate Severin Hisatamate made this this offline image for me, and if you look, there's a picture of Chibi Malcolm on my back, quote unquote, singing the song of his people. And the thing I find funny about that one is one of the gifts that was given to me for Christmas is this nice little throw blanket that, you know, very nice, it's very woolly. But on the other side, we have a whole bunch of black cats, so I find it funny to sit there and advertise this as it's Malcolm and his people.
Like a god deal.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought that was funny. I wanted to share that real quick before we got started and got everybody together. Anyway, we are back with more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We're going to be doing the hopeful entirety of the level 82 quest line today. So that'll be fun. And hello, Mama Strife. So we have the man, the myth, the transcendent transgender, Severin Hisatamate. Transcendent transgender. I don't know why. I'm just trying to get creative when it comes to this shit now, just to make it more entertaining for everybody. We have, of course, joining us once again, the long-running staple of the Final Fantasy XIV streams, Rayn Lakar. Hello, Rayn.
Yo.
And of course, joining us on her first streaming full endeavor, we have the E in Team SNES. We have Eren Valentine joining us. Hello, Eren.
Hello.
Debuting her new headset, so hopefully y'all will actually be able to hear her today since she's so quiet and timid. And then you got yours truly, the most recent birthday boy of the bunch, Strife Eclipse. So, fresh off of becoming a year older, we're going to attempt to get through the 82 questline today. So, without further ado, since Rayn does have a bedtime, let's go ahead and get into this.
I gotta read these jokes people are doing.
Sound the bell, school's in. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Scholark Montachangani?
Shane.
Montashane. Hey, it's got to be entertaining, right? And thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yastul and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Do I have a choice about it? Then it's settled. The tunes will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Alright. Speak with Alize. Where the hell is Alize? Alize, where are you? Oh, there you are.
Outside.
Hey, mister.
Do I have a choice?
I mean, you could say no.
What is your joke? Make it quick.
What do you call it when Thancred slams his finger in the door?
What?
Pain cred.
That was painful.
Heading out for a stroll? Just moving on. The Scholark himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I am too eager to see him now. I am somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. To the studium! It's snowing and I'm running around practically half naked. Chibbles!
Same here.
Hiya, Chibbles!
Maybe.
Hey, Chiefs.
You missed it. I debuted my nice little... hell, speaking of freaking walking around in the snow and that. You missed the blanket I got you. I'd find it absolutely adorbs. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Yeah, I has blankets. Look at this blanket. Look at this blanket. It's a Malcolm blanket. I gotta.
Blanket I'm not allowed to steal.
Yes, this is the blanket Eren is not allowed to steal from me.
Which is why it's also not in the room, because I'm
Yeah.
like,
Look at that. It's Malcolm and his people. And Chibbles loves it. And it's so warm. While most of the space is taken up by expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. I think we need to introduce him to Phoenix. Phoenix Wright, meet Alphino. Alphino, Phoenix Wright. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphino Leveleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. My mom got me and Danny a Nightmare Before Christmas, simply meant to be blanket with our names on it. She even used my chosen name. Aww. That's
Sev,
cute.
Why are you splashing Strife?
Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for the Scholark Montague. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him.
I love them for
That's adorable. Chibs, if you can, post pictures of that in my Discord. That'd be awesome. I want to see that blanket.
Strife, did you hear about the painter who was hospitalized? Doctors say it was due to too many strokes.
Even Seb's getting into this. I keep
was reading.
screenshotting jokes.
I was reading what people were posting. There was someone who posted that. Just in shout.
Yeah, what's the difference between beer nuts and deer nuts? Beer nuts are $2.95 and deer nuts are under $1.
That one's clever.
How does a tree
wrote
get
the
on
dragoon
Final
one
Fantasy
I liked.
14?
It logs on. Oh god.
What happened?
That was Alpha No Leveler, wasn't it? The Alpha No Leveler? And he's with his sister, Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipo should have a better idea. Alipo?
Don't we know one of those?
We have two of those.
Two of them in Idleshire. Italy shittily, as Seb likes to call it.
Stories.
Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner, fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right. Books. Eren's home. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simply everything else. Eren's home. That's what we deal here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the crests we get. Eye of a Pasai, this, tongue of a Gigantoad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. Yeah, option number 2. I've done a lot of tasks called side quests. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him.
That would be me.
He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back to the way you came in and see on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Jesus!
Love to set the direction.
In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll be needing it. Just follow the blood-curdling screams. Why? Why are you able to say that so casually?
I mean, that's the type of directions I would give somebody.
Oh, okay.
I dig it.
No, honestly, the type of direction you'd give a person is you go up that way, and then you're going to turn down that way, and then you're going to come back this way, and then you're going to actually go one street over, then up that way. With no specific direction in mind. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums?
It's one of these. I'm gonna run all over the place and then go right back where we started.
Oh, he was here all the whole time, just watching us run around like a fucking monkey.
Oh, guess not.
Hey, a lookout
There
point!
is a lookout spot.
I'm grabbing that shit. Bam. I don't mind extra EXP.
Indeed.
So how are you, Chibbles? Chibbles and bits! Chibchilla!
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
A bit tired, but otherwise alright. Well, you have kind of, if I remember you, I think I remember you saying you've been actually sleeping at night and getting up early in the morning,
Well, I
so
could hardly let that Inquisition go
I
unchallenged.
think it stands to reason that you're nearing kind of like bedtime-ish deals.
I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Well, we're here now. And I'm just gonna stand here and let you reminisce.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
Well, Kryl doesn't look like she's probably grown much, being a Lalafell and all, but, you know, that's neither here nor there.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice...
Oh, so you're gonna tell me how to act all fatherly to the children in the group, are you? I appreciate it. Come here, Alize, bend over. You deserve a spanking. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
If I may, there is a rather more...
Oh, that escalated quickly, as it usually does with us, I guess.
You heard nothing.
I heard everything.
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Is it just me, or does that just seem a little dark? Yeah, we're just gonna make sure you guys can't speak of this, so we're gonna cast a little
That's
spell
a
on
little
you,
sus.
and you can't
Same.
speak on it unless we actually give you permission to speak on it. That just seems fucking weird.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Yay! I get to be a student! Damn it! I got a lot of detention as a student, as I recall.
Got a lot of Saturday school and detention and in-house.
I got everything under the sun except expulsion.
Oh, I got that one.
Oh, so you beat me.
I mean, I also had a year's worth of Saturday school and permanent.
You're a wizard, Harry. Take your quill.
My teacher hated me.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Don't look at me. I was horrible in school. Honestly, if this were really me, I'd be like,
Somebody give me the answer. That's my thoughts.
Corporeal
So I
aether.
stick with ums.
I want to seem smart, so I'll take the cheat and go corporeal aether.
So what if I go with the
Yes.
opposite?
Very good. This is the form with which the layman is most
I
familiar.
would totally see Eren as a summoner, just being like, magic? Sandra as a freaking machinist, just be like,
Pew pew.
pew pew?
Consumed by the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Where he's magic. Wizard.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... I don't know.
For me, I thought it was like high
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Really, I would love.
Granny Walker intensifies.
Oh no.
Granny Walker intensifies. I'm coming for you,
To
Rayn.
recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
Hi, Cynthric.
Hey,
But no
Cedric.
one can seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
Are you sure?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
Oh, Chibbles, I subjected myself to horror. I bought...
Barring that,
Eren got me $60 worth of PlayStation gift cards, and I bought the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne.
for there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
I look like I have just some like great revelation on my face. Just
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
no, no. Honestly, I got it figured out now. Honestly, the thing that's what it is. The thing that actually is the look on his face is, I'm still trying to figure out how he made the paper appear.
How's he making everything kind of magic?
Unable to assist you with certain matters.
Yeah, I can cast fire and lightning and summon mini primals, but I can't figure out how the fuck he made a piece of paper appear.
Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Books. Just what I always wanted.
What I always wanted.
She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits.
It was wonderful. Everybody that had COVID at my daughter's house, that everybody's doing good now. Yep. My sister and her hubby and two of her kids and a girlfriend of one of her kids came down with COVID, and thankfully they all, as far as I was able to tell, all cleared up before or by Christmas. So they got to spend Christmas together, so that's a nice little bonus. You have been granted to run a phenomenon. If you are game, Kwai Alapo would put your artistry to good use. Oh no. Oh, look at all the side quests. We'll come back to those.
I'll catch up in a moment. I'm grabbing this stuff regarding to this crafters.
Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way we could better acquaint yourself with Kwai Alapo as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Don't make me talk to the lady who just told me to follow the blood-curdling screams. I mean, honestly, who in their right mind wants to follow blood-curdling screams? Eren.
Everybody in a horror movie. And then again, that is true. It would probably be me. I still walk into a house and say, "Hello, is anybody there?" Like, some dude's gonna be like, "Yeah, in the kitchen making a sandwich."
Okay, I just heard somebody scream bloody murder. Oh, that was me. I cut my finger. Hey, do you see a band-aid out there? Yeah, I do. Hey, could you bring that to me? Yeah, sure. I mean, any character in a horror scenario, really. Oh God, Synthric and Eren
See,
think
somebody
alike.
else is on my wavelength.
That's not a happy place to be, Synthric. Run away.
Wait. Are we sure Eren's is worse than Synthric? No, never mind. I've heard some of the conversations you've had.
I was gonna say, do you not remember?
I take it back.
Do you not remember the fact that he came in here with Granny Walker intensifies?
It was that button. There we go. I forgot what button made names go away.
Yeah, I remember. I even conversed with him before I got him, and I even pointed out, I was like, yeah, I talked to my mom, and she said that she watched one of your old videos, and the only thing she really remembers about it was the fact that you were screaming and cussing a lot. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. Whenever Rayn goes to sleep, he has nightmares where he hears the sound of legs and walkers slowly shuffling toward him. While you were away, I received word from my fellow scions. As expected, news of the Warning Scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Laminsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. Along with a voice saying, Rayn, it's time for you to give me my sponge bath. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. Don't say blowing. I, for one, can think of no other reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Wildbrand. Let us start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? As for my sleep, it's drifted back to more normal than going to bed around like 5 a.m. and getting up at 1 to 3. Weekend was just long. Oh, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Still need to finish it at some point. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Work are put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Laminsa. Alright, you now have a transport duty. You have less than 60 seconds to get it from the annex to the ship. Rayn's gotten quiet. I think he's trying to scrub that image out of his head. Good job, Synthric. No, I could just go ahead and teleport directly to Limsa. Oh god! Oh, this is gonna be horrible.
I was wondering when you were gonna realize.
Remember to bring the bath salts, Rayn. I want a deep scrubbing tonight, honey. Oh, be nice. He's gonna go back to work tomorrow. I mean, Synthric, that's just mean.
I'm slightly debating putting him in timeout. He needs it.
Get between those wrinkles. Sorry, couldn't help it. Oh no, you could help it. Your inner your turbo granny persona is. There's no arguing against it. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? All I can think of is the my last bath bomb means. Granny's exploding all over the place. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time at Sharlayan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razat Han has given us a chance to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. The next dungeon and first trial are level 83. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. We'll be there soon, Chibbles. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telefori at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Isilburg contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telefori's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telefori. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ystola's analysis of the Tower's influence on aethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefits. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it were being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Isilburg contingent. Considered an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. What? Why you gotta throw me under the bus like that, Alizé? For honor and glory for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against... Sure, I'll seem humane for a second. Couldn't have put it better myself. I wish they would have put Nanamo on a big stepping stool to try and make her look more important. Ystola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warning scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Isilburg. Raban and Lord Aemric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telefori so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Yay! We get to go to Garlemald! Ba, ba, da, ba. Country roads.
Off to El Amigo.
I come out to see somebody and shout, saying, named Princess Celine, saying, "Country roads, leaving." Ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-bam, ba-da, 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 da-da.
Easier.
Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Isambard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have my own battles to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Isambard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in worlds. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. To tell it for, I have laid waste my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Isambard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero would only hinder your efforts. Yeah, I doubt they'll be pleased to see me. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserving of their trust. Aw, thank you, Gaius. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you. All of you.
How come you're making this difficult?
Yay! Yeah, that's a pretty katana. That's not a bad coat either.
The old shard here.
Best of the best. Uh-oh, and there's a gift. The other members of the Israel contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Now, the remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Israel contingent, await you within. Would you like me to see you through? To Garlemald! Then we'll actually be able to finish the Tier 1 hunts! The thing I'm excited about is the fact that we get to finish the Tier 1 hunts, so we no longer have to discard them.
Yeah.
By the 12.
Holy shit, that's a lot of people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we'll go ahead and start without me.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the
Dude.
contingent.
Okay, so they got Samson and what's-his-fuck for the Bard quest line. Looks like the Lalafell from Limsa who you talk to for your Scholar quest. One of the Elder Seed Seer's siblings. Pimpin. A couple of the people from the Black Mages Guild. Your Dragoon instructor, Emmeline, and the Machinist instructor in there. That's a lot of kind of like notable names that I just really appreciate they get canonized and they're just not considered like side questy.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades.
Lucia!
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Alright, this field trip just got better.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Fucking Graha just...
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Finally, he gets a voice!
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
I love this so much right now!
I just got told that, you know, I'm like this really good
Suppose
white
I'd better
mage.
say my
You know, everyone will be in safe hands.
Yeah, because he and her sister were your white mage instructors in ARR.
I know, but they seem to think I'm a great white mage. They have clearly not met me.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Wait, I know you.
Wait, weren't these the guys that raided Wanderer's Palace and then asked us to go back to Wanderer's Palace to save the Toonberries?
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever
They do
reason...
a lot of callbacks.
Oh, dude, I love this so much right now.
Of course, if it's refused, I'll be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald,
He's
not
also
for
the
plunder
pirate,
and glory, but a
ship that
promise
you
of
met
peace in
when
our
you got
time,
the
Yeah.
then that's
dance
what
route.
we'll do.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He's the one that got in trouble.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
Oh, Lise, it's so good to see you
The
again.
most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi.
So there's
Plenty of troops to clear and hold the
Thaumaturge
crossroads
and
to
the
follow.
Pugilist Guild.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then,
Oh my
let's give it
god,
our
that
all.
was so good. I love it.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace
Oh my
and
God.
welfare of our allies. Bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Who it is?
There is
Mhm.
another awaiting introduction.
Oh no. Why couldn't we? Why couldn't we get your brother?
Manlane.
Ah, yes. Emanelaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Look at your face, just like.
I like how that was kind of just said. Like the tone was perfect.
I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. You know, I'm gonna be funny on this one.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Onohua with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Dona?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh no! No! Oh shit!
Forgive us for coming late.
Oh god!
Of the Eastern Alliance.
Serena, I'm so happy to see you.
And you've brought company.
You'll learn about them in Stormblood, Mama Strife.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Dona, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no.
I think Magna's just
We
like,
go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies.
so intense.
And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Danker just staring. Bunny girls, yeah.
I was like, ooh.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
I love this. This is awesome.
This is fantastic.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Unless you're me and I can teleport everywhere. And I've got the Aetherite tickets to cover it. Oh, that is... Oh, dude, that was such a great scene. I love it. I love the callbacks. I was a little surprised Magni was able to stay quiet. Little son. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Isbard. They would also likely prove tempting agents for abduction at the Telophoroi. Or Telophoroi, however the fuck you say it. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Etoa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Trollswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajol. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The garleans would benefit from our healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. And here you got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'd be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they say Eisenar instead? Bugging if I knew. All the Admiral and Captain Hiller told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't a sense of humor, though. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes for airships. That a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forgot, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, hell yeah. Together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Ugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. You have a warding scale from me too. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Isambard, and I cannot stress that enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Oh boy. This was our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Ariane and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Justinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company's stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Only had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the scions in need of a tailor? Oh! Please be Tataru. Tataru, you beautiful little Lalafell! We're just getting to Garlemald, so I just laughed my ass off, so far I'm enjoying it. But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Isambard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Estinian was right. She is a spy. Now, you will wear these garments I made whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why did you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one thing to share. Artemis and Lumida have finally returned from assignments in a faraway land. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Artemis and Lumida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly, and while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because I'm certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Oh my... Tatu! Oh!
Throwing shade!
Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will do every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly.
It actually looks pretty decent.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It looks alright.
I glamored it on just for... She totally threw Graha under the bus.
No shit!
Like I said, throwing shade.
Throwing so much shade, dude. Alamigo, did you feel that burn? I've told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Oh, and it's an instance. This ought to be good. Alright, so we'll reconvene after the instance.
Yep.
It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious father was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I just recommend that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Oh god, it's Eren's Bane.
What? Why?
Because this is a similar setup to the final quest of Shadowbringers, the patchwork. At least in terms of it'll actually break it up and save at certain points. Oh, and I gotta do this as summoner. This is gonna be horrible.
Well, plus side, your cat gave me back my arm finally.
Yeah.
Another plus side? Really not.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
Your ones.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Oh, man. Ooh.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Oh.
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Madeline, you little bitch.
Huh?
You live in Ishgard and you're shivering?
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Ooh, Ishtola's coat looks
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps.
I also like Raha's.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Virginia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession.
Yes,
following
hello,
Varus's
Paso.
death.
How are you today?
The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War.
Getting ready to die? Going to bed for the night?
Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Or getting ready to run something horrible that you know you're going to die on?
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Oh, that's
Quite
good.
right.
No
Soldiers or
mod.
no, they are people of Garlemald.
Oh,
Very likely to
nice.
have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides.
What are you getting?
Rather than kill them,
What are you
I
getting
would
ready to
remove
stream,
them from the
Paso?
field.
How so? Savage beatings?
Think I'm understanding that correctly?
imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done.
Cry
in
of
the heat
fear.
battle.
Oh boy.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer.
I am reading so much right now. I wish you luck,
Once the
Paso.
scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I like Lisa's jacket too.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
Raha's looks like the rebel coat.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rear guard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's
I thought I
notice.
should have clamored on.
Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Looks like a warm coat.
By the way, Papa Strife got my new headset working. I just had to sync it with Streamlabs, so you don't need to do any research on the Bluetooth. Nice. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot.
Am I supposed to do what? I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Well, they were talking, and I'm just me and Lucia. Nothing else is happening, and I really don't want to have to skip the cutscene because it's just been sitting here. That's it. but apparently I'm gonna have to.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
I can't skip cutscene. Yes, I can. Now it's working.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic.
No, I was just in a
She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Her thirst for fireworks.
Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
I still remember when he uppercutted a Cyclops.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
I'll do. Sure you can. Alright. Our coming battles, you'll be fighting as Thancred. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh boy.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Yeah, you have to extreme.
Must be losing my touch.
This is going to be interesting.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Losing my touch.
Sleep tight. Talk about making me work for it.
Seriously.
Alright, where exactly am I supposed to be going now? I think I did it.
are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Hope you're happy with those fireworks you stole. A few moments later, the Isabel contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now.
Huh?
If they haven't already.
Yeah.
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but...
Sure, which way I'm supposed to go.
Wait! Something's coming!
No.
Hi, puppies.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them
I
away
missed the
from the
one
carriages.
direction.
We lose those, and we're as good as dead.
Have a good rest of stream, Strife. Also tell Seven Rayn hello. We'll leave you up for a lurk. Oh, thank you, Paso. Good luck and thanks, hon.
Bye. Bye.
Fighters, protect the others.
Come on, go down already.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
By the way,
Keep the carriages safe.
let Menage borrow from you. It's cold.
It's barely cold here, too. That's not a foregone conclusion. There are parts of Canada that are really warm.
Complete opposite side I'm on. Half of Canada above where we are is main side direct to
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. put our backs into it then. I've been itching
Okay, I'm getting a slight hang on Phoenix, and I'm like on Summoner, and I'm liking it a lot.
Love my Summoner so much. Especially now at 86, it's just like it's got more boom boom. I like the little character portraits that they added.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome.
And I guess you have the option to turn it off, but I'm like, no, they stay. I like them.
It's good stuff.
Fire in the hole!
You lot alright back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Kind of worked. Did it? Oh yeah. I'm nowhere near as cold as I thought I'd be.
Meanwhile, on the front line. Oh, let me play as Lucia or Elise. Oh! Good night.
Removed from the field was
Aw,
not a
the poor
euphemism for
puppy.
enthusiastically murder.
The sound they just make
It's
when they
nothing that
die.
won't heal
It's like, oh.
in time. The trouble is, their
Guys,
tempering has
it's
made
done.
them utterly
Need
fearless.
more help.
Subduing them would be
Go on.
easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
So, how would you like me to go about subduing that?
That I did.
Oh, there's Magna, Serena, and Sadu. Ooh, that is quite the spear.
For Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering
Oops, I
when
went
you'd
south.
turn up.
I was supposed to go north. Derp, bad sense of direction.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Ooh, is it just me? Yeah, Pippin went Dark Knight. Look at his stance. Got Dad's sword, so he freaking... It's like it's too big, so I'll have to go Dark Knight status for this.
We have them now. Forward.
As a raging bull!
Oh, you want to play, huh? Okay.
Do not fall behind!
Ooh. Arise, Phoenix.
That was fancy.
What the hell, Ricky Bobby? Garuda, come out and play. Ow!
Or die!
for the sun!
Incoming! Oh, it was so glorious. Ooh, cry of fear, you say? Yes. Oh, that was so good. Oh.
A worthy adversary. Recover. Reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again. To the death.
Jeez, Sadhu.
Sadhu had too.
Magnite, yeah! Oh.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Yes, good. Welcome to Garlemald. I feel so bad for Magnite.
Unforgiving. Thus
I know, right?
spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
He hasn't even spoken yet, which is weird.
Oh, I completed it. Yay.
800 years it
thought
had
I
been
failed
since
for
the
a second. I was like,
Garleans
what did I
first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
Malcolm, your pod doesn't go on my armrest. My arm goes on my armrest.
Malcolm says otherwise.
Yeah, apparently it's a paw rest.
Malcolm says, fuck you, it's my rest now.
6th astral era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
He hogs my armrest.
That's just
Like
Malcolm.
so many others, those who knew the truth are
He's a
gone.
cat. What do you expect?
He's so small and
Taking in
takes
the
so much
capital with his
space.
eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Yay! We made it to Garlemald.
Now all we have to figure out is which instances we're in.
Not so
It
much
says I'm in 1.
I'm in a cutscene.
The roads leading beyond the city walls
I'll
would have
find
been
out once
used
I'm on a
less in
cutscene.
recent years.
Oh no, I'm in instance 2.
Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Yeah, you
Hobars
can
day
check your
alive
chat
with
box and
activity
it'll
on
tell you what instance you're in.
Merchants passing through the checkpoint. Many of them stopping at the local
1, 2, and 3.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
I wouldn't put a
We can
fast
consider
fan,
the
Daniel.
question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
So, we're in Broken Glass, Garlemald? Yep, Camp Broken Glass. And there's another one. Tertunium. Alright, so we're about 2 hours in. I think while everybody gets back onto the same instance, I'll go ahead and send the party invite. But this is a good place to take a quick break for anybody who needs to use bathroom and such.
Yeah.
I can't even send you an invite because you guys are in the cutscene still.
I'm not.
Sorry.
Alright, fine, I'll invite Sev. Although I don't know what he's gonna do other than stand there and look pretty.
I'm just about out of the cutscene, so.
I have all.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a Sev.
I have all this to do, Strife.
Oh god.
I have all that to do.
First things first. I tune to the Aetherite.
Okay, I'm out of cutscene now.
Alright.
Okay. I am now in the same instance as Strife.
And so Sev, so I was just gonna go wherever you guys were. Eren, we're in instance 1, so if you want to meet up with us, you can. Alright, so this will be our quick little break and stuff, so BRB, folks.
might be good to open the window and breathe out into the bathroom window.
Alright, we're back. At least I am. Also, here's another Christmas gift I got. My Resident Evil gamer gloves.
Answer's level 81 now.
Doesn't sound like we have a Rayn or an Eren back yet.
Nope.
Taking all my snacks. Sparky little fatty.
Just getting their snacks to go to the room.
I called you a little fatty first off. Sorry that Umbreon wants food. Little fat Umbreon.
Alright. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we will discuss the course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Stoller and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alizé and I will meet you there.
Alright, I got Pringles and cookies. And gloves.
A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Za, only a far more terrifying aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments.
I tried to play this game in English. Couldn't do it.
You'll be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside nearby buildings or receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they have left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must
All
discuss
right.
the fallen
Welcome back, Rayn.
For therein lies
I'm
the
back.
key to understanding and combating the Talofaroy's designs.
Cool.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spell.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we shall be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a
It
matter
could be
of
worse.
fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rayn. I would have you search the area for survivors.
Eblan!
Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose there's nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. You know what? Just because I give Seb shit all the time about how cold he keeps it down here, I'm going with the ice fields comment.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm.
Oh man,
But
Lene
given
would be
your
so at home in
experience
this place.
traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable
I would
spirits.
totally be at home too.
And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Do it. Oh, ow.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tatara's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Hello, Madeline. What ho, chums? We've been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Evelyn Rhine for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefits of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I don't know if I want to follow you. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Ooh, right off the bat I spotted an Aether Current.
Your cat decided my mic's the boy.
I'm gonna stay where I found this first Aether Current so this way you guys can find it relatively easy. Well, so far I like the music for the area, and Mama Strife has got to be loving the environment with all the snow everywhere. Or are you anti-snow right now because it's winter, Mama Strife?
I should be coming shortly.
No, because we don't get any snow. All we got is rain and 60-degree weather. I hate you.
Wow. Really lucky.
Mama, 60-degree weather, and we're looking at going into the negatives.
10 degrees right now.
It's freaking 10 degrees outside right now.
And tons of snow.
And it keeps snowing.
See, the problem is like, I would totally love to put on that snow jacket and glamour it on, but I really like this chest piece.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Oh, I can't use glamour plates
I
here.
like because you can dye it.
Ooh, you can.
Something I intend to do later. When I have access to a summoning bell.
Ooh, I like that ruby red dye on it.
Ooh, what some of the blues look like.
Okay, so ice blue, sky blue. Sky blue's not bad. Sea frog blue, peacock blue, rotano, corpse,
I will be using storm.
ceruleum, woad, ink, raptor, othard, storm, void, royal. Ooh, royal's not bad either.
Royal does look pretty nice.
Midnight, shadow, abyssal, turquoise, ew, and dragoon.
Okay, I mean a couple of those look okay.
Dragoon looks alright.
Everyone knows. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what I want.
You went with a blue of sorts.
Metallic.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about metallic.
I went with my metallic blue.
So you
I love
you
the
went
sound of
you went with that.
Actually, hang on. I shall return.
I really like that red though.
Yeah, it does look
And since this covers most of me, my hair is predominantly blue, so I think the red would counter it pretty well.
I can pick up a ruby red for you.
I
Shows that you.
I have one pail left. So if I dye it, it'll be the last piece I dye. Oh, I totally forgot I could dye this chest piece. Ooh.
Here.
Look at that stuff.
Does look nice.
I like that.
How's the Dragoon blue look? Oh!
Yeah, Dragon Blues.
Dude, that looks awesome in Dragoon blue. Oh yeah, you're getting dyed Dragoon blue. Aaron, where did you go? Did you get the Aether Current?
I did. I did grab the Aether Current. I was that smart. Edit glamour plates. I don't use you anymore. Move.
I think the red looked really good on the.
See, Mama Strife is complete reverse. She likes the red on the actual chest piece and the blue on the snow jacket. Oh wait, I don't have any fucking glamour prisms, so I can't even glamour it on right now.
I have glamour prisms.
I have.
Also do some dispellers eventually, but yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll put on the jacket for now. Ho ho ho, motherfuckers. Now I just need a Santa cap. It's a shame it didn't come with a hood. Make it like a good old. Make it look like a good old parka. Alright, just waiting for Eren to get back.
I know.
Well, you already got the Aether Current where we were standing, right?
Yeah. Now I just need Snow White dye.
Alright, I'm gonna go search out the next Aether Current.
And I'll follow.
So this way you can just meet up with us to grab another Aether Current. Because from what I heard, I think we should have full access to this map, so...
General purpose white dye. Oh, I do have a bunch of Snow White. Cool. Back to Glamour Dresser. Edit.
I made a friend.
I see that.
I guess I had to because Eren's not here to do it.
Yup. Ooh, that's actually pretty. But I will go with what I have.
I hear.
40 to the northwest.
There's cars here.
Hey!
I do like the music. Huh?
I found it.
Really? These things don't like me.
Alright, now to go catch up to you guys.
Okay, so yeah, we just found an aether current, so we'll wait here for you.
Yep.
Over by where...
We're on the map.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
We're both standing right next to each other, so.
I had a hard choice about which winter thing I wanted to use, but I went...
I'm loving this area almost as much as I liked Ishgard. Oh yeah, Rayn, you were away when I was showing these off, but you like my Resident Evil warmth and gamer gloves?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, if I was out there, I could have you
Those are pretty cool.
show my Kingdom Hearts ones. I got Kingdom Hearts ones.
Love the fact that you got this snow jacket on, but like your legs from like your knees to almost up your thigh are completely exposed.
Yeah.
Hi, Sev.
Oh, by the way. I hope I have it.
Here's my snow outfit.
Nice. Hey, we all have different colored snow outfits on. Oh wait, does it change based on which race you are?
No, she's wearing the rebel
I put on a
outfit.
totally different coat.
Oh. That would have been so cool.
It appears
the
much
thing that
warmer
Graha's
than me.
wearing.
Yeah.
Alright, so it says there's another aether current 271 yalms to the north.
And Strife and I are the only ones that remain on foot.
I like
We both have doggos.
I like taking in the scenery.
I mean, I can still see scenery. I can just scroll. Whoops. Maybe not while I'm driving.
Yeah. See?
So I just veer off to the left.
105 to the northeast.
Where's my collection?
Found it.
I should probably...
See it.
Oh, I already have an acre from this now.
Hey. These death
You guys
machines.
made a friend.
You're like from FF1?
Oh, you're talking like the war mech?
Yeah.
I don't. It's
Kind
been
of what
so.
they're reminding me of.
Alright, so that should be 3. Next one is 351 to the north. Yeah, those death machines kind of do look like the war mech from FF1.
They totally do. I kind of like that little throwback. Jesus Christ, that is seriously treacherous territory there. Terrain, I mean.
Since this is going to target me one way or the other.
And of course we have Colossi. Because it wouldn't be Garlemald if we didn't have
Yeah,
Colossi.
seriously. Yeah, we'll do all the fight and you can just go run off and collect Aether Currents, Eren.
Alright, sounds like a plan, Stan.
I think he was being sarcastic, but okay.
What's the healer? I'm only green DPS in dungeons. It's weird how it works, but they take away all your healing abilities pretty much when you go in a dungeon. Have healing outside.
244 to the south.
I also run White Mage. That sounds like a big load of crap to me.
What? No way! I got a special white mage, kind of like Kirito, you know? It's got special skills. I got special. Weird
See, your special white mage story only counts if you're talking about you're just a little bit special.
Like my moment where I'm like, wait, what are my skills? Hit every wrong button.
178 northwest now.
I like how I just went north. South. I went south.
That is very much the wrong direction.
I am going the wrong direction. Whoops.
Sev pisses off a Colossus and then just takes to the air to ignore it.
Found it.
Ooh, I ran right in front of a death machine and it left me alone.
Oh, wow.
Like, I just literally went right in front of its face. It collided with me and we just went our own ways.
Interesting.
I guess they like me.
Alright, Eren, we found the next one, so whenever you want to join us.
My bad, I have bad direction. Like, my sense of direction is broken.
And this is why I do the driving. Alright, so next one says it's 465 to the west.
Okay.
We'll wait for Eren to get her current.
Yep.
Oh, green glowy, that was Sev.
Yep.
I mean,
green glowy.
I mean, in some ways, we could all ride doggos, I think. Does Sandra have any doggos?
Let me check.
And we could all ride different colors.
Sandra does not.
What?
Aw, no doggos?
Possess doggo.
I still need Dragos.
So do I. 396 to the west.
Well, there's a fate?
Yep. A fate right in our way.
Do we want a pew-pew fate?
I mean, we could, so we can open up the shared fate for this area.
Do that.
I mean, it's conveniently right here.
Yeah, why not?
The power of holy!
Compels you.
Pretty colors and light.
So I imagine Synthric may not be paying too much attention to the screen to avoid spoilers. So Synthric, if you're still there, Mama Strife had a message saying, "Hey Synthric, guess what I got for Christmas?" And since you haven't responded for a second, I imagine you're probably not looking at the screen. Hey look, a forlorn maiden is somewhere around.
What? Where?
Over here.
Over here.
See it, kill it. Kill it.
You see my axe? There you go. Alright, now where were we? Oh yeah, Aether Current hunting.
I cannot execute.
294 to the southwest.
Hi, Seb. I'm flying doggo.
Yeah, because somebody got impatient and decided to do the story on his own. Couldn't wait and be a Team SNES player. 180 to the southwest. And Eren can't be a team player and walk around on foot.
What?
The cavalry dude over there.
101 to the west.
There's Deeth, right?
To the south.
Yep.
Hello, cavalryman. No, I don't want to be your friend.
Now time for you to get the DPS it up. Hi, Eren. Since you had no problem doing it to us, we'll let you handle that one.
Ooh, a warmonger. It's a big version of the death machines.
Ooh. 254 to the southwest. Oh, still got to get past the mountains. $172 to the southwest. I'm trying to keep an eye on it as best I can. So if it changes direction suddenly, I know. Alright. 111 to the southwest. Oh.
Probably up on that hill. Yep, there it is, up by the tree.
64 to the south.
Now I wonder. Couldn't short it.
See, the best part is that Eren's got the Tsukiyomi dog, so she can do the purple. Seb's got Saryu, so he's got the blue. I could always do Suzaku's for the red. Now we almost have Team SNES colors going on. Sandra would have to act as Nanashi and find something black.
That would be the bike.
907 to the southeast.
Technically, the bike would work, but...
Fuck it.
Oh, alright, we're doing it.
The only problem is that the bike is slightly faster than us, so...
Oh.
We have a 907 yom trip to the southeast.
What color dog am I supposed to do?
Tsukiyomi, because it's got the purple. $655 to the southeast.
I may arrive there sooner because, yeah, motorcycle.
And of course, Seth
will
can
arrive
fly.
there first because he can fly.
$451 to the southeast from my position. 290 to the southeast.
Oh, hey, this is a village.
191 to the southeast. 141 to the southeast.
It's over here.
99 to the south. And it gets us a little map openage while we look for Aether Currents, so it's kind of nice to do this.
Yeah.
Waiting on Eren. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm sorry. I got attacked when I was trying to get out my doggo.
The next one is 224 to the northeast. Kill steal.
Hey.
Couldn't help myself.
Northeast.
224 to the northeast.
I saw it hit 6% and I was just like, yeah.
I'll give you guys this once if you guys are there. Unless you guys want one. Because you have to go up some of the stairs and go up that.
I think we'll do the trip probably.
Yeah, we've only got 2 left to grab, and then we can do more story.
Okay.
Appreciate it, though. 72 to
Indeed.
the east. I got my red pony. Of course, Eren be like, yeah, I'll take a ride. Fuck those guys.
I'm on my doggo. Jeez, what do you take me for, lazy bitch?
Yes. And the last one is 1,000 yawns to the north.
Couldn't give us that while we were up that way?
And we can always attune to the Aetheryte we're going to be passing on our way there.
That was my thought process.
Fancy schmancy.
Wee.
Ooh, no, don't knock that over. I almost backhanded my monster.
Ooh. That wouldn't have gone over well.
No, it would have totally have landed in Malcolm's stuff. Just what we need. Cracked out cat.
You know. I've just been around this whole thing to save you the trouble.
Oh, I wonder if it's underground.
I think it might be.
$288 to the northwest for the final current.
No attuning to the aetherite then?
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. Even if you were able to get to it, you can't.
Ah.
So that attunement is story driven, but the aether currents are not. So.
Which is nice. I'm also doing map clearage.
That makes sense.
What makes sense?
Oh, I found the aetherite. I found it, but it currently says that it's not responding.
Oh.
Yeah. So we can't use it.
Well, it was at least right about it being underground.
There's one person who knows how to get there now out of the 3 of us.
Well, Seb does too, technically, so there's
the 3 of us.
half of this party does.
I see. So that's how you get there.
Yeah, the subway.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's an actual subway down there.
I'm gonna go for the rest of the map clearage, though.
It can't hurt. Alright, and that is all the aether currents on the map.
How old is this game, and we're just now finally coming here?
We've been playing since, what, 2015, so coming up on 7 years. And we're just now finally coming to Garlemald.
I think the game came out in 2000.
Well, for us it's 7 years old. For others it might be older. It's only 7 years old to us because we've given 7 years of our life to this thing.
And then there's Megan, who literally played it from the very beginning, the very first 1.0.
I played it at 1.0, I just didn't stick with 1.0, I was disgusted with it.
She played it all the way up until the
She was there and watched Garlemald fall. Automated satellite, huh?
I like how modern looking the buildings are. I feel like Minecraft.
Makes me think of Vector.
Yep, destroyed Vector.
Mm-hmm.
Destroyed Vector.
I'm talking FF6. Have the whole map cleared.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really?
Hello.
That one tiny little fucking piece. Hey! Hey, LJ! Alright, yep. just that one fucking tiny little piece of fucking map. Oh, it's so annoying. Hey, LJ, how you doing? Merry Christmas, belated Merry Christmas.
Are you missing just one part of the map?
Yeah, there's one teeny tiny little section that he missed.
One tiny little fucking thing that originally when I first saw it on the map, I thought it was just like part of a building.
Ah.
And
when I saw how it looked, I was like, no, that's Fog of War. I'm gonna go grab that.
You want me to drive you over there?
I mean, you could. At this rate, I'll probably be there by the time you get to me. I'm doing okay, Wasp. Yeah, just coming off the holiday stuff, dealing with, not working. Although I really need to get back to work soon because I'm quite literally broke. Just celebrated my birthday. There we go. Yep.
Flat back.
Could always teleport it back.
One of these nice flats.
Yeah, Garlemald is actually in the same area as the Thavner.
Yep.
Yeah, sure, I'll pile on. This way Mama Strife can see the area from up on high and enjoy the snow. Oh! Snap, crackle, and pop. Oh! So there's this annoying kid on Twitch known as Wasp is Daddy, so now I babysit him. That's clever. He took us too far, but oh well.
Where'd you go?
The next area of our quest, if provided everyone's picked it up. Yep. And stop. And down.
Or yeet us from the car, whichever.
He won't be around these parts, thankfully. What do we have here, Madeline? I'm still hesitant to follow you. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after, either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. No, we have them all, thank you. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But no, what do I see over yon hillock? Hillock. I almost said hillcock. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl! A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind the tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. Yep. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? Oh no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. A Manolane? What the hell?
Who are you and what did you do with our Emanolane?
Yeah, we're finally getting back to Endwalker's storyline for the final part of the saga. What have you been up to, LJ? A trail of fetch footprints leads to the east. Yeah. Of course you would. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Yeah, working at a coffee shop, doing dishes. Good times. Hey, I've essentially been there in some capacity. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look like it to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead?
Moon, Wallens, stop roughhousing.
Seriously. Yeah, the very first job I had, I worked at a coffee shop and I was a busser, so I can relate to your current job. The girl in green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Oh. I love this and I hate this all at the same time. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Your destination will not appear on the map. Seems like a conveniently placed rock. Not that you can see Seb, his dog, or all our chocobos huddling behind a rock. Yeah. Yeah, I still need. I'm making it like an end of the year resolution of mine that I'm going to be finishing up the Evil Within before the year ends. So there is going to be a finale for Evil Within here very, very soon.
I really hope I actually get to see that on one of the days that I have free.
I may consider doing it tomorrow, so you have the day off and you can actually watch.
Depending on what time, because I have to sleep for graveyard, remember?
Yeah.
Woo, first switch to schedule for a week.
Yep, you were my 100th follower. My follower count hasn't increased much since then, but I mean, I wasn't expecting to be like majorly popular. I'm just happy that people come in and interact and have fun while they're here. That's really my big goal.
Oh, look at those things.
Oh, that's the thing that Seb said was that he found almost as creepy, or if not creepier, than a marble.
Pretty, the overgrown road.
Yeah, apparently, like, if you get real close, they make some really disturbing noises.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently.
So
Ghost!
Oi! Chocobos!
They're all depending on me.
You're gonna give away our position. Stop it.
That's it. How's it going? I'm out here.
And Seth's just like, yeah, whatever.
Oh no!
That's exactly what happened.
Absolute bullshit.
I did the exact same thing you guys did, and she caught me.
No, we were hiding.
It's because when she turned, you guys were partially in her view.
I blame damn Chocobo.
These times are still crazy, man. Glad you're still doing this. Honestly, I really have nothing better to do. I mean, I've been doing my own personal little stuff, but I quit my job back in November. I've been surviving on what little money I had left over from that. And honestly, I wanted to stream a lot more than I have, but unfortunately, one thing or another tends to screw me over on that. So, yeah, since I stopped working, I've done like maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 streams in almost 2 months. Which is really sad considering all the free time I had, but my girlfriend has me running ragged all over the place for her.
Sorry. My work is stupid. Downside to becoming part of management. Like this week, graveyard. Next week, back to swing.
And then storage, and can you take me here? And hey. Oh, those noises are not very pleasant.
Dude, I said they weren't. Get the sound of those things.
Failed?
You guys are really close.
Did you fail?
Yeah.
You're walking a little too close to her. Better to keep a good distance.
You had to make it annoying.
It's almost like a game of red light, green light. Ugh.
But with things you have to hide behind.
I hate these kinds. I really do.
I'm coming up on year 3 of doing this.
Turn around and go. Come on.
Stay hidden behind the tree. And when she... Kinda keep your distance.
No, nobody's here. Not a creepy stalker.
Yay! Finally done.
Good for you. As in, like, you failed?
No, they made it over.
Phew, still in one piece.
We made it.
Approach the girl in green.
I hate those kinds.
We're doing good. We're still alive. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize, and our good friend Strife. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafaroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They are the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Talafaroi's influence, and are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name?
Did it.
My name's Lucinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was, oh god, everything was still. First there was screaming, then there was staring, and then there was nothing.
There was silence.
It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the night sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now me and a few others are, borrowing it? As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... Truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Sienna says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will.
How sad is it that you don't know how to make fire without or ether? It's like they forgot to. Or smacking flint.
Well, it's pretty snowy here, and they're practically freezing. Not saying that's much of an excuse, but...
Yeah, because that's what they use flint for that reason.
Hey,
It's just trying to find wood that's not wet.
Wearing.
How the mighty are fallen. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food. But they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health. Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I can treat their frostbite in their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Manoline's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. Few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Engines is full of that stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remains. Disheveled. Their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait for my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? Tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Ominous, it is? Ammonius?
That seems right.
Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Virus yet lives and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, and he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Virus would not be defeated so easily. Interesting, interesting. Conspiracy theorist. What's that? So, this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Late Run? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it? Vergilia and her men are all there now? So, how did you reach Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. And there might be a way to... Luciania, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Amnesty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. Just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be a better way to pay the tappers. Oh, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Yeah, she seems a little suspicious to me.
Just a little.
But, I mean, like, maybe she could be a spy. Maybe she's just not that fully trusting, apparently, since the voice that was inside was frail, so... And we're running and running and running and running and running and running. Oh look, there's a fate.
Indeed.
Those Barney and Tersus, huh? Whoop. Like those sick moves.
That was slick.
Who goes there? How'd you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? The purebloods over at Victor Spoils haven't given away our location. You'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here, demand a cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Huh. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game sells so hard. If you think we'll give in into intimidation, then you've got another thing coming. Well, I was planning to actually, like, negotiate.
You were planning to negotiate, but you decided to draw first, so... I hope you like the taste of bullets.
Lily. I have those. I have
There you are. Just after you left, Lucina asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Trapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the gods? Well, we came here to negotiate and they felt that privy to attack us. The Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Garabanya, Yangsha, Baja, Damaska, to name but a few. Some dragged her against our wills, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of Ahn, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. No, it helps stave off the cold. It does sod about all our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We could certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we know it, knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good. Either she's curious or scheming. I don't know yet. Regardless of what the Elizabeth contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it's consigned to history. What of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? Were you born, stranger? What, those purebloods that Victor Spoil sent you? To turn to the enemies for help. That must be more desperate than I thought. And again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them on our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back.
Amazing how we've managed to evade combat.
Yeah. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone too far. Sent me and Alizé away and took Alphino hostage.
Huh. Seems quite different.
They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, and then in you swoop. Here to help. What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out and she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! 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 To protect You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcerer used to slay our countrymen. A garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep the purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lysenia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Oh, this is becoming so joyous.
Isn't it, though?
Two sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on.
What is this twist of fate buff?
Because we killed the Forlorn Maiden, so anytime we do another fate, we're going to get a boost of XP.
And it stays until you do another fate?
Yeah.
Stays
It ends
until-
once you
Do another fate or leave the area.
That too.
No, I'm doing a fate before I leave the area.
The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphina's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. That's a lot of ground to cover.
Holy Christ.
There's seriously a lot of ground to... Oh, wait, I found one.
Oh, okay.
I found an empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates that it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Lysenia or her sister.
Okay. I see something.
Ah, I see it.
I'm a coming.
Fresh blood.
You love running into friends, don't you?
Yeah. I can be a friendly person.
The blood-stain in the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards.
Oh, I made 2 friends. 3.
My gosh.
And they all went away.
They're both bleeding. Two bodies are already cold. Did they die already? Or are they just really freaking frozen?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have. I should have. We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Alright. Save ourselves a little time.
Yeah.
Oh, the side quests. Alazay tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask you for an account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
Well, it's not like we could have anticipated it going that way.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in gathering the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Oh.
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced.
Of course.
While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So it throws everybody into disarray. Nobody can actually claim the murder as their own, but everyone's pissed.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Popularis determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as...
Oh,
Oh, wow.
yes!
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
I called it when we
yes.
I called it when we got to Zod. I wondered if we were going to get a Babel reference. There it is.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
And who are you?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you two go by yourselves? She'd fucking kill me.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Who is your commander, I wonder? You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until you reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. You do have our names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Strife. Strife, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alizé will then begin moving towards the station. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphino and Alizé, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station?
Oh, man.
So we can't even fight anything. God, he's a dick. Mama Strike says he's a putz. You're not wrong. He's very putz-like. I was in the mood to keep it. I was in the mood to keep it clean tonight.
almost had like panic attack when I had a text message that told me 2 charges for $1,000 posted to your account, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" I
Oh
thought I was
shit.
charged for something. I wasn't charged for something. It's one of the stupid scam.
This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. So it appears you've kept your side of the bargain. We can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or so at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event that we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they'd be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed.
Strife?
Yes?
Where are you going?
What? Giving Eren a chance to catch up.
Sorry, James called.
Tell him to fuck off. It's your day off.
I know, he was doing
It's your day off. You don't answer the fucking phone on your day off. Tell him text or no.
You need to start putting my phone on Do Not Disturb.
I see what your comments shows you. Fearless or contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. You're still worried about us being followed? I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Alright, which railway?
Good question.
Well, considering where the next marker is, I'm going to assume this way.
That's a giant tree.
Oh, that's a big boy. Hunt monster, maybe?
Yep. It's an aggressive 90, so it's an A rank, I think.
Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with the treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen those monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Dude, you really need to pull your head out of your ass before I do it fucking for you, dude. Because you are so fucking stuck up, it's annoying. God damn. If you want to bitch, moan, whine, and give orders, I'll give you something to fucking do all of that with. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. You tell him, Mama Strife. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Yes, sir, your douchebagness. A train station? You know what to do, Chibbles. Revenge! It's plain to see why they chose this as the base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Suplex! Indeed, if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Boost!
Hey, lookout point.
Your phone actually going off?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I actually don't hear it for once.
I'll grab the lookout point. Why not?
Purely out of curiosity, can we get this now?
I'm gonna assume no.
Nope.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
I love that it's like you two are adults and you have your own style, and then turns around and gives them matching winter outfits.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
The bot must die, Rayn.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I really don't like either of them. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Terratium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Oh, we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly. Let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You know, you on the other hand may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interest, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. I really would just like to throw this chakram right in your fucking third eye and hope that it takes your head off in the process. You and Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I really didn't mess around it. There are others throughout the city built by garleans, for garleans. You can teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there is a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at a cost of its normal function. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. It's you, Strife Eclipse. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. All the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. Soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. The radio is the same as the model as the one used at Victor Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. He wasn't wrong, though. History is written by the victor. As far as he can tell, they accept help, then they owe you. For him, it's a matter of pride. He doesn't understand if they truly want peace, why fight, and not just join the Empire. Yeah, it's a conflicting circumstance. I mean, if Garlemald just wanted to, like, stay in their own little area and take care of their own, it's fine. It's another thing when you go into other lands and basically say, hey, the only way you have peace is, you know, let us take over and be united with us. That's not really a united front. That's a, is that a dominion? No, can't even think of the word right now. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. Me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve them that way. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid to say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have their contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. They believe that alliance is not unity, but just a compromise that cannot last. He's got a point. The only reason they did not join under one ruling is differing views and beliefs. No, he's not wrong about that one. But it's also wrong of him to say that, the only way anybody's going to survive is under one united front, and it has to be Garlemald. You don't see Limsa running all around all the world basically taking over, saying that everything has to be ruled under Limsa for everything to be united. No. He makes valid points. He just views he's doing it wrong. I agree, but who's going to give up their own to be one? Who's going to give up? And no one asked them. Garlemald invaded and said this is the only way it can be united. You have to be united with Garlemald. Garlemald couldn't just sit there and be like, all right, fine, we'll let Limsa be Limsa, we'll let Ul'dah be Ul'dah, we'll let Gridania be Gridania. It's either everybody works under Garlemald, or there can be no peace. Yeah, but Limsa fought in their own territory. They never marched into Garlemald and said, hey, you gotta join us. Yeah, and they didn't deny that they did that. Nobody is actually perfect. The problem is that they fought with enemies within their own territories. They didn't go and try and claim new territories. Gridania didn't try and march into Ul'dah. Limsa didn't go to the Far East. Garlemald went everywhere and said, this is how it has to be if you all wanted to be united and live in peace. And that's wrong. That's dominance over the world, and no one's going to sit under that. Like I said, Garlemald has valid points. They're just approaching it wrong. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern now. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the other afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold out a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. I don't disagree, but they have different beliefs and aren't the first people to do so. Limsa didn't originally own that territory. They lived on the seas before deciding to settle on land and sealing up on the beast. Heard something of it, have you? Ishgard tried to assert dominance over the dragons. When I've seen there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you.
And with that, we've completed the 82 quests.
One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telaferoi. Then he made his way back inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands at its place. We've identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus suspects a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing the joint forces with the provincial legions to prepare for or a combined assault on the Telophroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you the cerulean. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for cerulean outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. And yeah, I'm all for him sticking to his beliefs. The problem is that, again, the problem is for Garlemald, they refuse to acknowledge anybody else's beliefs and believe that their belief is the highest priority and fault us, call the Eorzean savages for fighting for their beliefs. In Garlemald's eyes, it has to be one rule, one belief, so forth and so on. Well, they never specifically said, hey, instead of Garlemald advancing all over the world, why don't, we all join hands or make it under one contingent? We just want to let everybody be their own thing. And that's where the disagreement is. Garlemald has to be all over to be happy, at least based on everything that we've seen so far. Either Garlemald is in control and everybody has one belief, has to have perfect unity, or you're a problem. You're a savage. And so basically, that's not the way the world should work. You're saying, and nobody's perfect, and it's okay for everybody to have beliefs, but then it's also dragging the thing that Garlemald may have some right intentions, when that's not exactly it. Like I said, I'm going to stand by the thing that they have some right ideas. Like, I don't fault them for their beliefs or their ideas, but I think they're going about it wrong. Now, with us reacting to that and fighting back against it, I can understand why Garlemald doesn't want to trust us. I totally get that. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to a matter of pride and ego, and nobody's wanting to fold. That's just my opinion. We don't want to owe you, and we don't want to make it seem like we need you, blah, 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 blah. I think it's just a matter of ego and pride, and nobody's willing to back down. And compromise is viewed as a weakness or, letting people in, it's flawed, it's so forth and so on, it opens doors for this, that, and the other. Okay, I can kind of understand that. But there are some situations I think that compromise is mildly required. At the very least, for open and honest communication. You state your intentions, we state ours. Is there some way we can make this work that doesn't completely fuck over one or the other party? So, alright, so it only took us about 4.5 hours, but we are done with the 82 quest line, so got a decent amount in, so so since I can leave, fuck you, Alphino and Alizé, bye-bye. Getting out of Frostbright City. The Empire was also created by an Ascian, and his goal was Discord. So yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so hopefully, depending on how quickly I can get everything up to 83, Because I just gained dancer points, right? Yeah. Yeah, dancer. So we'll be picking up the Dragoon. So yeah, as soon as I can get everything up to 83, which I still got roulettes and hunts to finish up for the day, so I can kind of get started on that one. Maybe a couple of Zot runs to help speed that process up, but you know, we'll see. We'll try and get back to this as quickly as possible. We may try and strive it for a Saturday. So maybe if we need the little extra time, we could just maybe work on waking up earlier. Instead, you know, something of that nature.
Yeah.
So, because unfortunately, if Rayn gets off work late, he still has a bedtime to abide by. So, doing it on Tuesday.
This Saturday or next Saturday?
I'm saying maybe the next time we go for it, we can try for a Saturday. Not specifically this Saturday, but maybe a Saturday.
Okay.
So.
Super early since I work.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. We'll figure something out. So, in the meantime, yeah, this section of the storyline was pretty good. It's equal parts funny, awesome. It was really cool. I enjoyed it, and equal parts of God. People just piss me off. Yeah. So, anyway, I think that's gonna do it for us for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. And we'll see you next time. I will keep you guys updated. I'm thinking maybe I might try for what is today? Today is the 28th, so Saturday the 1st. What is today? Tuesday, so 29th, 30th, 31st. So the 1st is Saturday. Alright, so I'm going to try somewhere between tomorrow and Friday to do my bestest to do the final episode of Evil Within. And I'm going to attempt to get that all done before the end of the year. And we'll see where that goes from there. Get that game off the list. So, anyway, have a great rest of your day, night, evening, afternoon, masturbation session, orgy, hanky-panky, whatever you got going on, just as long as you're safe and happy doing it. That's all we care about here at Strife Eclipse Gaming. And do it in the privacy of your own room, preferably. Nobody wants to see that. Well, maybe some people. Anyway, and have a good night, everybody. Sav, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Rayn, say goodbye.
Later, y'all.
Eren, say goodbye.
Bye.
And until then, we all know the golden rule here at Strife Eclipse Gaming, and that golden rule is if you're gaming right now, and I know most of you probably are, I am included. Remember to game hard or go home, and if you're already at home, just remember to clean up when you're done. Because if not, I'm sending you to Garlemald without a jacket. Sev would love that. Sev would honestly love that.
Not.
The other 90% of this household would not. So, I'm gonna send you there to Garlemald without a jacket. That's all I got for you this time.
You have to send stuff somewhere else.
Sev can go to Hell's Lid. Sev can go to Hell's Lid. He can no. He can vacation in the Ruby Sea. Where it's practically sunlight and water. Unless it rains. And there's a volcano nearby. So anyway, we will God, I actually got a decent amount today. You know what? It's been a long time. I'm gonna go ahead and pop on and see if there's anybody streaming right now. Maybe we'll go raid Paso since she's we'll go ahead and drop a raid in, share some love. I haven't done that in a while because I've been streaming late and like streaming stuff that nobody cares about apparently. So let's go ahead as soon as everything loads up, of course. Yep. Lunar is streaming Sonic Adventure, and Paso is streaming Cry of Fear. I have an idea of what Sonic Adventure is. I've heard the name Cry of Fear before, but I know nothing of the game. So, I think we'll go ahead and raid Paso, give her some love and some support in the scariness that is Cry of Fear. I'm assuming. I don't know anything about the game. I know you care, Chibbles. I never usually have a lot of people to take in on a raid, so we're gonna drop you guys off on Paso and see how she does with this. So, till then, have a great night, guys. Thank you. Go ahead and give a shout out from me for everybody. I wish I had a message to put in there, but I don't, because I'm that kind of derp. So, alright. We are ready to raid. Have a great rest of your night, guys. I'll see you at some point this week to finish up Evil Within. Till then, bye-bye.